Hello. Did you talk to Freya? I haven't talked to her again, if that makes sense. I do want to switch this back. I just do not think I look cool. How do I get rid of it? Do I have to... What do I have to do? Really? Have I not died yet? I guess not. So I have to die to get rid of it? Alright, we'll do this another time. I'm sure we'll die soon. Let's talk to Freya. I hope she doesn't like she likes dragons.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
She's still busy.
I should have asked Asbach to impart his knowledge when I had
Do we know who Ansbach is? The grace before the statue. The grace before the statue. You summon him for the Mesmer fight. Oh, was that his name? I don't remember characters' names, man. I'm gonna assume you're talking about the statue, by the way. There was an item up on here. A floating statue. Oh. The one that you had to jump on. This one. Okay. There was an item here. A message from Lena. Message left by a Needle Knight leader addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue the killer's trail. Dane passed on a message. The sealing tree is in the ancient ruins of Ra. It lies beyond... Oh, we've been to that tree. I will join you there once I have finished the task at hand. Yeah, I've already been to that tree, but I didn't do anything when I got there. Go to the left. Okay. Now I have the kindling flame. No, I have a letter. Do I have the kindling flame? Eos. Oh, I have to fight her again. Great, off to a good start. Oh, shit. My goodness. This person might as well be Mesmer. This is way too loud for me. She ran out of magic eventually, thank. Well... Camera froze again? Oh, this is a problem. I don't know what to do then. I'll fix that in a second. Why did it freeze again? $30 is the lowest. I don't know if color range to limited is gonna help me out, but who knows? It's gonna do it again then. If it just did it like twice in a row like that. And I might have to disconnect some things. Where my pants. Here we go. I'm gonna keep moving so you guys can notice when it changes. Yeah, I know I have to be aggressive. It's just one of those things when you, like, if you get hit by it initially... I feel like I just can't get the... And she's on the stairs! Like, I understand. It's just garbage. Where am I going? Downstairs. Great. They do stagger, yeah. But sometimes I miss. Downstairs. I got the item already. Wow. I died to that person for no reason. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. Just have to find that room, you know? Ow. It just take me to do the base game. I had like, I think it was 90 hours.
What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains? The implications are rather...
Didn't he say that before? Oh, okay. Which one do I select? The scroll? I have two options. Read the scroll. I wonder if I remember reading it. Secret Rite scroll. Learn about the secret rite of Divine Gateway. That can be found at the tower enshrouded by the shadow. Okay. A lord will usher in a god's return and the lord's soul will require a vessel. Now do I hand it over? I feel like I've already read that before.
What could they the implications are rather... Well, what's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly.
Yeah, skip through the dialogue that I don't understand.
Lord Moog to gain entrance to the land of shadow were not enough. He plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Moog's soul. He desires only his empty shell. It beggars belief, but I'm afraid Tentamicola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better.
Okay. So I talk to him about Freya then?
Tarnished. You have my gratitude. You have given me the answers I needed, but I can hardly fathom it. Such folly. Unto the end. I am a warrior, but I've aged. I cannot afford to act hastily. Curse it all. I know my limits. I could spend the rest of my life honing my craft, and still that creature would be out of my blade's reach. The absolute folly. Freya, by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war. A true red mane she is, hardly troubled by the rot. Righteous tarnished. Could you please give this to Freya? Thanks to you, she too will have the answer she requires. Yes. I can see her barreling into the fray right now. Perhaps I shouldn't meddle in her affairs, but this is the only way I can help. Perhaps I should.
Okay. Am I able to read this letter? Fold it over so the contents cannot be read. Okay, maybe I cannot read it. Maybe I don't be rude.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ansbach.
Oh,
From
some
Sir
letter.
Ansbach? To me? What on earth could it... Oh.
Hey, Oda.
Yes. Of course. I see. As the Festival of War concluded...
I don't think reading someone's mail is a crime in this world.
But kindly Mikola
It's
wishes
just
to
an
revive it.
on button.
Which is
Alright.
fine by me. I know it would pain old Jaren, but war has always suited General Radahn best. And certainly far more than any honorable death. Endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion. Thank you. Now I've finally cast off my misgivings. Give my regards to Honorable Ansbach. Tell him, if we should meet in battle, to face your bow
I didn't know
would
she
be
was
fine
speaking in an
enough,
Irish accent.
but to face your blade would be an honor.
Oh, you get an item.
All that remains is the fight. All that remains.
So she's on Mikola's side. Right. And the other guy is no longer there. He must have moved. I'm assuming. Yeah, he's gone. There might be summon signs? What? What do you mean my business is not done? Okay, my business is not done. Alright. Lovely. Grace for all the pots are. Good lord, I actually cannot remember. Fourth first. I'll get the seventh one now, yes. No, it's not this one. Well, none of them are there. I don't think it's this one either, unless it was. Hey, Loon. Didn't I enter the pots from this side? And then I went up here. Was there another one? Oh, this is from the Freya one. And you walk back. I feel like you're kind of stuffed. Trying to find the pots. Look south. Look south? South of what? There are two Graces. These two? What's here? I haven't been here yet. Okay. This is where the hippo is. This isn't where the pots are. Was it? No, it is not where all the pots are. The pots were... Where was it? Good lord. I swear the pots were like up. I can't be wrong. This goes to outside. There's like a big staircase. No. The pots were hard to get to. Yeah, first floor. And I think it was like to the left. Or the right. Or, oh my god, which way was it? This way. Yeah. I remember I didn't go here. Bring this back up. Oh, it's lagging? Is it? Welcome, Lane. Doesn't look like it's lagging for me. Boo. We're doing quest stuff actually at the moment. Kill the pot that is going upstairs. Stop. I just cannot believe this is what's inside the pots. Can you believe that? Upstairs. This one. This pot went upstairs, but it's not really a pot. Once a pot, always a pot. Oh my god. Ah! That's what they put in themselves. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, it's a cookbook. Not a hidden path. That might have been a Marika's curse. The, like, pot thing. Downvote that message. I don't know how to do that. Why? Once they have, like, more downvotes, is that how you get rid of them? Close, good, poor. I don't know which one this is. Oh, there it is. It's alright, it's not worth it. Ugh, what am I standing on? What about here? Okay, damn it. They use a Reddit method? They do, you can like upvote and downvote, yeah. Now I'm tapping every wall. remember there being much else. Ah! I don't know what happened. Oh my gosh. Dude, it's so far. Oh. If they start shaking. Yeah, I didn't realize. There's a grace right next to it. Wait, what's it called then? Because this is the only one I know. The one on the left of the Shadow Keep. West Rampart? It is right next to the pot area. It's right here. Just depends where in the pots I need to be. I gotta find my stuff again. That's the shaking, right? No, I haven't grabbed him yet. I haven't hit him yet. Once. So they're somehow more dangerous. Ooh, right. No! Ah! Damn it. These things are insane. You finished up a whole veggie platter. Was that... Do you not like vegetables? Was that distracting you from your veggie platter? Why am I here? I thought I got all the items. Oh, there's an item here. There's an infirmary where she tried to put them together. Yeah, it is kind of sad. I did think that this is like a hospital. My business with the pop people are done. Well then... Okay, why am I here though? Or is that it? Was it just that one item in the hidden area? Oh. You should have told me that. I thought it was more. Yeah, damn it. Is the next one here or something? I do have... that lead up to the boats? The big stairs? That's from the first floor? No, it's not from the first floor. It's from the hippo room. Hippo room. which would be the main gate plaza. Okay. Probably. Look around, see anything interesting near this guy. I feel like I'm playing that Hellblade game. I said the left. Oh wait, it is the left. I thought it was... I got my left and right confused. Germania hates it when you spoil things. Yeah, I know, like, he says that, but then he's, like, literally leading me there. But I get what you mean, I probably wouldn't have ever seen that. I was looking at the bloody signs. Is it too... like this, can you walk in here? Then you're killing me. I know there was a room, but like... the thing goes all the way down there, you know? Ah, there's another boss down here, isn't there? It's gonna be like that poison swamp thing. They have, what do you call those frogs here. Oh, the painting. Oh, it's a painting that I'm missing. Oh, wow. I still don't know what you do with those. Yeah. These ones were right, for once. Alright, there's stairs that go down. There's this little thing here. What is this? What is this? There's just trying to put water coming down in some way. Watch out, the floor's slippery. Oh, this is a resting coffin situation. Seems familiar. Yeah. Alright, am I resting in the coffin, I assume? Hello, Cross. If this leads me to the frenzied forest, I'm gonna be mad. Yeah, actually want me to turn back? Well, I already hit it. The last place where the coffin took you wasn't too bad. So surely... I don't like the color of that. Yeah. Suspicious music. This is just a coffin room. A room full of coffins. Skadu Altus. Surely, I don't know. I can't have everyone doing that. Coffins! Oh good, there's a grace here, that's nice. Oh, we're in here now. I think they picked it because it's dark and grimy, like a coffin. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I can. I don't really have to. I had a dream about, like, disembodied, like, body parts. At one stage, like, I had a dream about that, and then I woke up, and then the first thing I thought was, I'm playing too much Elden Ring. Make my way south. That one has to be alive, right? That's not dead. Seems like you joined at the right time. You guys are not making me feel better. Can I summon the horse? I can. Okay. Makes me feel a little bit better. I don't know what these furnace visages are, but there's a lot of them here. I don't watch horror movies, Blue Pirate. Like, I refuse to watch horror movies so that my brain doesn't subconsciously just bring them in. Oh. There's one here. I don't know if it's worth trying to get. Because I haven't really gotten the other one, the last one I tried. Oh. I feel like I need to get them. hit the jump button. Come on. I think that's the one that I need to run from. God damn it. Hang on. How am I enjoying the DLC so far? Yeah, pretty good. For the most part. I almost saved you, lady. Oh, I know you can, like, use it to kind of... Oop. Shit. This doesn't feel like the run, does it? Oh, it's not a thing? Okay. I don't... Well, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, it's normal. No! Damn it. The camera was not in my favor. Get up. Ugh. I hit the jump button. Tell him you killed his boss, that will make him friendly to you. Oh, I'm sure. He hasn't knocked over yet, my gosh. Ugh. I am pressing the jump button. Was my stamina low? It's getting frustrating. Great. They do. They have so much health. I think that's the one where he falls. It's the sound, like it's a bigger sound. Oh. He falls here. That's great. And now I'm here. Oh, we got it. I was wondering if I'd be able to get it. Figure I should get off the horse to actually try. You haven't had the courage? Yeah, because like they have such a big health bar. They're not particularly that hard. You just gotta keep whacking them and jump on the horse. It's more like they just take time. There's a way to do crit. Yeah, he does fall eventually. Otherwise, he kind of just looks like you're not doing anything. See, that one's just a little one where he gets staggered. Uh-oh. horse again. Oh, it didn't come this way. Please. Soon. There we go. An oil-soaked tear. Easy, yeah. Coats nearby enemies with oil. Okay. If you had a fire weapon, yeah, sure, I guess that might be useful. Alright, where am I? I don't think I moved that far. But at least I got that guy, because that was probably necessary, because he was just gonna flame you. Wherever you went. Yeah, so the poise sound pops, but he doesn't necessarily go down until a couple of tries. Ruins of Unt. I don't know. I don't know how you meant to say it. Yeah, I am meant to be going south. Oh, I should go back and rest, actually, now that I think about it, and then go and do that. This place feels incredibly empty. What you say? No. I might need that one day. Is it cold where you are? Yes. It is. It is winter. Thanks, Jenny. Welcome back to you too. Southern Hemisphere? Yeah. Is this a workable door? No, it's just for looks. Australia's in winter. It's not too bad though, but I get cold very easily. If I'm missing anything? Maybe it needs to get up. Wait, what if it can? That would be annoying if there's another one. It's a bit, not on fire though. And there's a lot of rocks behind him anyway. Am I winning? Socks, I'm trying. Oh, really? I think there's a few of us on there. Do I have a recipe for a hefty furnace pot? hefty lightning pot. Oh, no, I do. I do, yeah. Oh, don't tell me you can actually bring it up. In Belgium? Oh, that's cool. Hello. That's a fire pot. Oh, a furnace pot. A hefty furnace pot. Bugger. Volcano pot. Cursed blood pot. No, I haven't. A furnace pot? Why wouldn't that just be a fire pot? Okay, I guess not. I'll just get angry and nothing. Hi, Rusty. Maybe it does get up. Maybe we can find a furnace pot somewhere. Oh, a thing. First time I saw a thing here. So there's a few things. No. No. Oh, hello. Oh, this thing attacked. It's gonna let them be peaceful. Oh, there is a gap. Okay. I'm hoping you can pick one up. They'll just throw you a bone. Alrighty. Moving on, moving on. That looks like a waterfall. And another grace. Alright. Hey, Hashi. No, this place isn't that exciting, actually. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. I literally spawned on the wrong spot. I'm sure there'll be some excitement soon. Like mosquitoes. That's what I call these. Wow. How is it still alive? Oh, I haven't watched The Boys yet. Season 4, that is. I'm kind of waiting for the whole season to be out first before spending money on the Amazon Prime. Australia-sized mosquitoes. I was gonna say I've never seen a mosquito that big, but I've seen mosquitoes big. But only like once or twice. It's not that frequent of an occurrence. The end of the road here. Futility ahead, but praise the research. There's some birds over there. Don't know how to be over there. No jumping ahead, okay. Must walk around, most likely. It is a horse zone, yeah. But I wanna fight. Ow. Okay, that sucks. Get out of here. Again? Okay, this one doesn't suck. Yeah, they kind of gross me out. And I don't like how, like, these bodies don't disappear, they just kind of lay around like this. And so that it looks like there's a whole bunch of them on top of me. You're summoned for jury duty right as about you were gonna take leave? That's unfortunate. You know, if you show up to jury duty and say you don't want to do it, they can't make you. Unless you want to do jury duty, which, that's fine, I guess. Nice. Maybe we should level up. What does that need? 400! 400, I can't say numbers. 40,000! I was being summoned. I remember when I was being summoned over and over and over again. I think it was because, like, once you're, like, summoned, you then, like, have, like, a year or so where they're going to keep calling you in. And I had so many of them cancel. Like, they're like, ah, you've been summoned. And then they would be like, never mind, it's been cancelled. Four weeks a case. But yeah, you can, like, just walk up to them and ask to be pardoned, and they don't force you there. Yeah, well, I feel like now that I've been called, it's probably less likely I get called again. So soon. It's free time off work. But you still get, like, here you get paid, right, to do jury duty, but it's not a lot. You don't get a lot of money for it. I would probably be terrible at jury duty. I would be like, can you speak in layman's terms, please? Oh. I guess I lost it. Yeah, not getting it back. Alright, where are we going? Down here, probably. Oh, it's like a jumping down thing. Yeah. This area seems like a big load of nothing, if that makes sense. Like there's not much here. Again. Oh, I don't think... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think our companies, like who we work for, are obliged to pay us if we end up on jury duty. You're not going to get paid twice. You are getting paid the jury duty wage. Jury duty leaves, I think, but you don't know if you get paid. Yeah, I feel like you probably don't take leave. I don't know, am I wrong? I could be wrong. I'm hurting the rock's artist's feelings. So... Oh! You know, misses because I'm focusing someone else. Why do these exist? Yeah, I hate him. That's another one? I put on a few, yeah. Like 2 or 3 maybe. The Village of Flies. Okay. I mean, I could have told you that. Medical flies are friendly, are they or not? Hello, RT. I just noticed there is, oh, several behind me actually. What is happening? They're being buffed by something. Wait, there's a thing there. There's a thing, there's a person. No, I was playing Smite too. You don't like the retching sound either? I have such a bad gag reflex. Like, I can feel like I need to vomit pretty easily. Yeah, I didn't manage to get a game this afternoon. I think I waited for like 3 hours. I was doing other stuff as well, but I was like, man, I really ain't getting a game. Manfly ashes. Ah, manflies. That's what they're called. Yeah, well, we actually almost got close at one stage, and then obviously, naturally people leave. That's the thing, if you end up taking like over an hour to get a game going, you're not gonna, like, people aren't gonna show up all at the same time. They're gonna show up for like 15 minutes, wait, and then if the game doesn't pop, they leave. I hate playing Smite Shield on NA, the ping is really bad. I don't think it's worth it for an alpha. You think there's a lot of reason why the manflies don't turn to dust? Yeah. Didn't think about that. I was wondering why they don't disappear like most. I think it's not all enemies disappear. Can you start smiting NA? Yes. But I now value my time more. Oh, the thing. NA West, it's 170 ping. But Smite 2 ping is, it's NA East servers, I'm pretty sure. It's not NA West servers. So it would be like 200, 250 ping. It feels bad. Oh, what's this one? Spirit Ash. Little things are for no reason in this game. You're right, or are people reading into it too much? You know? Damn it. No cave ahead. I once made an insane comparison, but like, what was it? Dark Souls is like Taylor Swift. I think it was like someone made a post like that. It was oh, my camera died. Someone made a article like that, and I was like, you know what? I fully believe that. Yeah, there's something wrong with my camera. I might have to try and switch a USB port. Or see if that fixes it. It's been going terribly. And a screenshot, that was it. Was it an awkward moment? I don't know if you can jump down this. Here, can you? Seems like a bit high. No, it's like Taylor Swift. Dark Souls is like Taylor Swift. It is lore that is deep, that a lot of the times you need to look up to understand. Like, I get it, I understand that article, even though I didn't even have to read the article. No, but we're not talking about Travis Kelce, are we? Okay, Matt Pat, thanks. Who's Matt Pat? I just don't want to trust that jump. I don't think it's a jump. Game theorist. Maybe... I was a game theorist? Right. Okay, now we walked up here. Yeah, I know. I know, Olivia. That's what everyone tells me. And I don't know what to say. I'm like, yeah, I know. I've seen some insane things. And this is for like any fandom, really. Any kind of fans from any like big pop star, whatever YouTuber, there's always going to be the people that are like crazy fans. Where they think they have a personal connection. I'm gonna have to make that leap. Really? No, damn it. That one's alive. Why did I wake it up? Like, everything that they do, it is personal for them. Yeah, there isn't a term for Dark Souls fans. There's like phrases that people will say. Like, praise the sun. Ah. I thought that would have done damage. No! Solely? That sounds so weird. It would be nice to have a collective word though, because sometimes when people ask what kind of games I play, I'll be like, oh, I play Souls-likes, you know? But I'm like, is that even the correct term? That's the best word I can say. I think that's what most people say as well. You used to play WoW with a guy called Solely. Oh. I can't believe it's saying that. It was like, I just stopped talking and I was like, oh, wait a second. We're gonna scale this back up. The horse is OP. It's a pretty good one to start off with, I think. Dark Souls, like I feel like the first one's pretty good as well. As a first timer. Dark Souls 2 is my least favorite. And get rid of that first. Where does Elden Ring fit in? What do you mean? Oh, like with beginner or not? Huh? I know, imagine if you started with Demon Souls. Demon Souls is rough. Bloodborne was my favorite. My first, sorry. Two totally different sentences. Imagine if you started with Dark Souls 2. You'd probably think it's the best thing ever. I don't know. There are some crazy fans for 2. I don't see like a thing, you know? Oh wait, there's a... Here it is. crypt here. Catacombs. This is... like, I have 3 caves on the map that I haven't done yet. Cave, you know what I mean, dungeon thing. So do I do this now or later? Yeah, it's good he's stuck with it. I'm sure that happens to a lot of people, and I don't blame him. It's not... like, when I was younger, right, I hated games where you died. Like, if there was a death screen, if there was a game over, oh my goodness me. Now, should I do this one now? Okay. There's... so other than that one, we got 2 here that I haven't done yet. Yeah, like Super Mario. One that I played a lot was Crash Bandicoot. Because what would happen is I would only do the same levels because I didn't want to die or have a game over or whatever. And I didn't use the... like, I never... I never played the game properly. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit dark in here, isn't it? Hup! It's wondering when I was gonna get out. Yeah, we got ON. Yes. It is on. Right, what do you mean? No hidden path. I don't like this at all. I always check what's gonna jump at me, because I hate jump scares. I don't like to have visual understanding of what I'm looking at first. You don't throw your controller and run. What do you mean I don't throw my controller and run? Run from the computer? The clip of the finger grabbing it. Oh, I don't remember that. Burst stuff down and then praise the light. Oh, okay. You run around with your shield up, then understandable, yeah. Oh, I didn't even see it light up. Now, dude. These things are terrible. Light ahead. Ooh. Praise the light. Echo the Dolphin was cool. Wait, what? Never heard of it. It seems a bit deep. And I don't like that. It looks like you can run down this way into there. I don't know if that's worth doing. Oh. There's one thing there. That doesn't reach. don't need to equip that. Oh, there's one behind me. I bet there's another one behind me. Expecting. Oh, there's something. There's definitely something. Excuse me. Not you being plus frames like that. Hey, Elden Lord. You have the Elden Lord sword. Why don't you use that? Wait, what? Do I? Right, is this where you jump down to? No, there's another thing up there. Yeah, let's have a look. I don't know why I'm not using it. I didn't know it was a thing. I didn't know there was an Elden Lord sword. Hi, Stores. I can... Frick me! I don't remember the Elden Beast. No, they don't help. They did make me think, oh no, I'm gonna jump down. Badly. Was it here? No, the next level. Yeah. Alright, which way was it? Oh wait, there's a guy here. Okay, so here. I think the idea is to jump diagonally. And then we jump down. Oh. Ah, the chest. Anything in this room? You have a crawl button. No, you have a walking button. Oh, is this for a stamina bar? Alright. Not bad, not bad. Yep. And the guy's behind me. Because I don't have to go through the long way then. Oh, it is a crouch, yeah. I guess I just never crouched. I must have. Thanks for the follow. Ah, it's back to being dark. Dark and spooky. There's a thing on the right here. It looks like. No, nothing behind. Just a thing on the right. Okay, the fact that it hit me first. Oh. You get a lot of these, and I don't know what they're for. Nipple your ashes. There was a thing that'll level them up. Is that the upgrade material? Was it? I thought it was something else. I see. Well, I already have the one that I like leveled max. Oh, I do summon them. But I just summon the one. Oh no. Like, I already have my Mimic and Tish on max, and I don't think I use anything else. You remember nothing from boost game? No, I remember it being like a grave something. The Black Knight Tish is the one that I use, mostly. Look carefully ahead. What am I looking at? Do you recommend beating every boss in Mountain Top of Giants before beating the Fire Giant? I vaguely remember this. I don't think it was mandatory, was it? No. Oh, this will turn on the lights. How do you get out of here? Okay, it's kind of troll. If your sword goes through it. Oh, okay, you can go down here. Commander Nile. Nile is mandatory. Okay. Raise the light. Oh, and if you want to fight Melania. Oof. Okay. Didn't realize you were already climbing the stairs. Oh, frick. Enemy ahead. No kidding. Okay. There's one on the wall there. Do you reckon they'll climb? How do I jump off? How do I jump? Can you not jump off the ladder? I'm actually feeling really warm in this jacket. My mum made this jacket. I feel so comfortable. Okay, that guy is a bit harder to get. Because he's up there. Oh, there's a guy on the left. Yeah, sometimes I feel like you're not doing enough. You can also always come back, like go do something else, level some things up. You look like the ice climbers in the Twitter reply I made. Oh! What was I wearing? There's gotta be a way to get up there. There's an item up there. Okay. If only you have a ranged weapon. Thank you. Ow! Right, I thought he can hit me from here. How do we enter here? It was a ladder. Isn't it? Is it a ladder? Yeah, over here. Oh, that's what I'm thinking. There has to be something that leads me there. But these don't seem it. Imagine if this game had weapon durability. You always hit walls in catacombs. Maybe I should be doing that more. It came through that way. This catacomb likes to do this. Found him, by the way. Wait, it's not him. No, it can't be him. He's still alive. Ow! How dare he be on 1 HP? No, that was a different one. God damn it. Ugh. After all that. I thought I cracked it. I cracked the code. It turns out I was wrong. Sure I was, wasn't it? Maybe I'll just give up. Move on. Wait, why is he down here now? That's weird. Does anyone understand? Damn it. It's sitting there taunting me. It's probably not even that important. I can't imagine it being the one with anything in front of it. Nah. If only that new dragon form could fly. That would be great. Maybe here. No. Okay. Moving on. Maybe we do come back up, but I doubt it. It has an actual message before it, because I haven't seen one with it. Ma gets shackled. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Hang on, there is a message before this one. No, they're lying! That's why! Because they're all trolls! This one as well. No horse ahead. Oh. That's why. It's gotta be somewhere. But I feel like I whacked them all. Brrr. Do I have Margaret's shackle? I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna guess no. I don't know what that is. Is that under tool? I'm probably not gonna even use it anyway. Alright, we're moving on. I don't care. You know, whatever that is, probably not that important. Because they're like, oh, it reveals hidden walls. That's from the base game. Yeah. You have a bold Chissen blessing? What's that? Fear's hug. Oh yeah! I do! The thing I got from Fear. I can't remember what that did. What did that do? I remember! It decreases your max HP while you have it. Keep it on you. It looks good on you. Wait, how do I... Why is it on me? How do I get rid of it? Use it? Huh? For what? Melania is not compulsory, no. She's definitely an optional boss. So there are certain things you need to do to open up the option to do Melania, like that quest line. No, it's a gift from Fear, don't listen to him. You guys... People who play these games are just trolls. So, do I want to keep the hug? How do you know I have the debuff? That's merely memory of Fear. You need to keep it. Oh. You saw it in my image. Oh no, I see it. What happens when you use it? Like, what does it do? I saw it and I still failed at dodging. Wow, right, this is the one that, like, has an AoE. Shouldn't have healed there. It prevents you from being flinched for a short time. Oh, it's not that good of a deal. Gives damage to resistance and removes the health debuff. Do you guys still have Fear's thing in your inventory? Oh, I no longer have a lantern. I should have done this before I started moving. Goodness me. Okay, I need to turn on the lantern before I walk out. I think she's gone. She's not around anymore in my playthrough. Oh my god, there's multiple ways to walk. It's annoying. There's an item there, I didn't see it. Oh, there's another small one. Imagine having a big one and then a smaller one. You don't want to go in there. I didn't read that. I'm going to try again. Ugh. Oh, it's another one of those. I had to know. Those are such futile deaths. Ah! The lantern. Why does it turn off, man? The more you know. Oh no, my stuff is in here. I didn't get him back! Oh, I got him back. Oh! I think I've screwed myself up. I'm gonna use the bubble. Did I use the bubble? Oh. Okay. Okay. This feels so up there. I don't think I'm getting it back. that. Nothing to lose now. Yeah, that's usually how I treat it. It's like, well, now I don't have to worry about them. They're gone. I hate that that's where they, like, left them. Okay. I don't know if I go left or right or whatever. Ow. Ah, we can see. Why is he still in the air? Okay, now he's no longer in the air. Did you see that how he was in the air? Dude, this is like Dark Souls 2 BS. This is painful. Old habits never die. So I guess now I can technically do it. Where did the other one go? That was here. No, he's over there. Yeah, at least you can kill him now. Well, I wish I knew that before I lost all my stuff. Oh, I have played Dark Souls 2. Hated the game, but, you know. I did play it, I did finish it. Necessary item ahead, dude. I hate these messages! Oh, he dropped something. I didn't see that. Oh, a great glove word. Alright, let's see what's here. You started in Dark Souls 2? Oh. Yeah, when I first played it, I quit. I think I quit twice. I quit twice. I really wasn't a fan. Ah, you can get it as an ash. That's interesting. You worry about... Oh, I see it. What's the point of this? Shortcut, I guess. Because it's just you coming down here. It's a love-hate relationship with it. Interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like that's how it is with other people, too. And I feel like, I do genuinely feel like a lot of people who talk up Dark Souls 2, they're like, oh, it's the best game ever. I started to believe that it's a troll. Like, they're trolling. There's no way. Hello, Mohammed. Oh, hello. It's a boss fight. Try critical hit. What? This is such a big area! I wasn't expecting this! Arena, huh? Oh, I still got you. Oh, and they teleported. Oh! Ah, ugh. Remember our talk on Thursday. Remember our talk on Thursday. What did we talk about? Oh! Hang on, I'll read chat in a moment when I'm not busy. What? Oh no. Oh, this is the fight you didn't like. I see. Yes, this is a new DLC. Are you talking about Dark Souls 2, Tin Man? I tested your patience, but you absolutely loved it. I just think you're wrong. I just think you're wrong. Honestly, after playing through it the second time around, there's only a few points where I was like, okay, I'm really feeling why I remembered, like, why I quit. Because most of it was honestly okay. It's just those... When it's bad, it's bad. Oh, they follow you. What do you do when it keeps shooting you like that? I don't know, when Div has an opinion, never. No, it disappears. Oh, this thing. Probably shouldn't waste that on them. I should just whack it. I think you only have to whack them once. Oh. This one! Oh, I'm rolling. Oh, I didn't break his thing. Okay. Does this guy ever run out of poise? Ow. Ow. What a mess of a fight. You feel the rage building? Doing okay. What are you talking about? Alright, we don't need this. We can put in Eldrake, maybe. Would that count? Surely that count. I mean, she might be. I won't bring out Tish until I feel like I have to. I do want to try and beat things on my own. Is there a holy negation talisman? I didn't know. Of course there is. I feel like I do so much exploring in this game, and yet... Ow. How many things are summoned right now? It also feels very RNG. What? I didn't get it. We did it. Nice. We made it. What's this? A candle. Ah, interesting. Hang on a second. There's a grace in here. What does that mean? Oh, I thought maybe he was backstabbable because it was easy to walk behind, but I feel like I didn't need it. But maybe that would have done more damage. Where are we? The area we haven't been yet. We don't have a map! The map's all the way over here. The fun zone. Oh no, this is a frenzied thing, isn't it? Why is that person not wearing armor? Can you not walk in here in any other way? Really, you can't get in here from outside of the area. Huh. The music is putting me on edge. There is no tyrant here. I already knew there's no tyrant here. Yeah, you can. He's frightened. We have a very, what's the word? Cowardly horse. Yeah, I don't know what's here. I can always leave. This place isn't mandatory, right? It is mandatory. No! The Abyssal Woods. Oh. They're like, yeah, it's abysmal. So abyssal. I hate it here. Read the tombstones. Wait, you could do that the whole time? Let me just grab this. The tombstones? Which tombstones? Yeah, I'm out. Go back. Wait, what? Why are you saying one? I don't see any. Hey, Jaylee. I saw some here, like the physical one. Yeah. DJ told me to put that one there. Okay, these ones are not readable. I'm not seeing any of those other ones. The ones that the games have elongated. Elongated. Like this one? Is this one elongated? Oh, here we go. Turn back while you are yet able. Seriously? You would not believe, but I fell asleep watching you last night. You actually have a really soothing voice. Yeah, you just got me boring. No, that's fine. Well, maybe I won't be able to put you to sleep because this place is kind of scary. I might end up screaming. Oh, I see them now. They're here. Yeah, half guy. Don't let it see you! Once you are seen, there is no escape. I thought that was just thingos. It cannot even be touched. Obviously, eventually it's gonna see you. I want to go home. All the more time for Berry. I hope the stress will be over soon, Jaylee. Oh no, it's Jackie. Unlock account. Edge required ahead. What does that mean? Oh no! There's no way Halfguy would be that talkative. I don't know what time for edge means. I also don't know what it means by you can't let you see it. It's gonna see me. I'm assuming. I want it to be over. Why'd you make me read those? Dude, these lamps have fire in their eyes. I don't think they're lamps, but you get what I mean. Oh, let's go to the map. Let's go to the map. Oh, something dropped down. Let's just go to the map. Yeah, you know, I don't care anymore. We're running. The area is mandatory. What else can I do? Alright. What effect is that? Curse? I don't know. Oh, I made Yada walk through the IKEA showroom before. He didn't like it. The rats. I'm just gonna keep on walking. No, we ain't like sticking around in this area. We're gonna do the main stuff. This is the main stuff kind of area. Alright, last map found, guys. Especially, like, I don't know what... Hey, Shadow, I don't know what your IQ is like, but it's like, you go through the showroom, and it's a long maze, and you have to kind of go through the whole thing, right? And then it's food, and then it's the, like, kind of shopping area. So there's even more. You're like, oh, great, it's done. No, it's not. Is this whole area like this? Good lord. Explore. It's the last place I want to explore. I don't think I can level up yet. Ooh. You can. Level 12. Damn it. Why did you make me read those messages left by the devs? Funny, that's why. That's nice. What died? To increase the suspense. The suspense is killing me. Yeah, the music. I'm hearing music. This is why Germania wanted me to have music. Why should I kill that guy? He wasn't important, was he? Where am I walking? He gives you something? Like, actually? No! I don't know what I'm running from. I just feel like I'm running from something. Yeah. Mattinghead. He's a red name. Have we ever misled you? Kinda. Mattinghead. Okay. And what does that do? It's a martial art. Oh, okay, I won't use it. This weapon is in bottom right corner of the map. Well, not really, actually. It was. It was a dungeon thing. Here. It's called Dragon's Pit. Alright, yeah, can I turn off the music? What do you mean, no? So I've been to the church. Yeah, it's in the new DLC. It's called, the Dragon thing. Dragon's Pit. Good job, Jake. Just head west for now. From here, right? I don't know, I came here. Which way is west? Oh, kinda, okay. I'm the Elden Lord. Have you seen my death count? I don't feel like the Elden Lord. The same amount you had of Rolana. Fair enough. I'm betting you didn't use a summon. Because the way I'm doing this is I'm just walking in a straight line. No exploration wanted. I don't play horror games for a very specific reason. I've reached a limit, it seems. Have to go this way? Yeah, I'm a massive Suki. I'm a big Suki baby. Wah, wah, wah. This music sucks. There are more messages left here by the devs. What do you mean, hide yourself? Quietly await your chance. Combat is not an option. I don't understand. There's a stake here. Okay, I assume a problem here. This guy's fighting something. Is it that thing? What's that thing? I don't like stealth games. Oh, I turned around. There's multiple of them. Secure is a stealth game, but I just go in guns blazing. I'm not at a boss at the moment. If I could possibly just skip all of this, that would be great. Anywhere to go from here. Parry. Where does it stop walking? Only there, okay. Can they hear? Go so high. Shh. He's helping me. What do you mean? He's ruining everything. Yeah, guys, don't spoil. I literally don't know what's happening right now. I don't want to do this. It's gonna be the longest playthrough of this thing. You're gonna find, because I'm... Ah, the camera pros did it. Alright, so... Mm. Hmm. Are you winning? I just want this to be gone. Over and done with. This one's difficult. This one, like, goes around in a circle. They're so slow! They're freaking like just old elderly men. By the way, I'm not responding to any kind of like spoilers or anything. Wait, he saw me. How did he see me? I didn't do anything. Ah! Why? How did he see me? I didn't move. Parried the attack and then killed them. That's kind of badass. I don't get it. This is why I hate stealth. It's so BS. Like, that took so long. Just for them to, like, grab me anyway. Oh, I did think about that, actually. The talisman that makes you silent. Are you parrying with that physic or just, like, in general? Like, with a shield or something? Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to roll, like, just run through then. With the shield? Okay, I've never done it before, to be honest. Not a harrier. There's the one that makes you silent. I know I have it, because I've read it multiple times. Until the way at the end. You're on it. Which one? I hate reading through this. I have this issues all the time. Bottom left. Oh my god, okay. It's like the words that they use are not words I would use to describe silence. If you know what I mean? Illuminates all sound. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not words that I would use. And so when I'm scrolling through these things, trying to find an item, it is so hard. Yeah, but... It's because, like, when you're scanning for something, you're scanning for certain words, like keywords. And when it says eliminate, I do not think eliminate when it comes to stealth. Probably just an Aussie thing. Oh, that thing hit it. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried fighting a bit, honestly. It's definitely a me thing. That one is where I was. I don't know how it freaking hit me. I can't get out. You know what this feels like for some reason? Feels like Hellblade. I feel like just because I just played it, right? I just played Hellblade. Some things. So I don't know how it saw me. I was right in here and then it just stared at me and ran me down. Like, what the hell? That was so weird. Just run. Run? Why? Oh no. Ah! Why did you tell me to run? These are not runnable! Did you got to heal? Yeah, so I can get hit again. What's happening to the audio? Did the audio bug out? Oh, wait, why am I back here? Guys, why am I back here? God damn it. Seriously? Is it still buggy? I had that issue in one of my streams where like the audio just bugged out. I think it's the game. It sounded fine to me. I don't know, does it sound fine now? Yeah. It's kind of buggy actually. I don't know how to fix it. Other than restarting the game? Maybe? I know it's a thing because it did do it in another stream where it was buggy. Alright, tell me how the sounds. It sounds fine to me. Like, I'm not hearing anything. In the audio or the stream? Because the stream, I don't think I can do much. I think that's TikTok's end. We're talking audio. Okay. I never hear it. I don't know why. It never dropped out for me. There's something wrong with the stream. No, there's something on the stream side, probably. Could be a TikTok thing. The other stream also said it sounded weird. Yeah. Oh, we're walking this way. Alright. So it happened in, was it Mesmer's fight? It happened in Mesmer's fight? Which was like... Mesmer's fight crashed on me. And it would lose frames every once in a while as well. It was a mess of an area. It was so buggy. Alright, so... Oh, this place, yeah. No spoilers. I literally don't know what to do, by the way. Like, I feel like... running? Like, you're saying, like, oh, running, it can be done. I haven't been able to run yet. Oh. I was trying to crouch. I'm gonna try and crouch. Maybe. Just run past using torrent. Alright, yeah. Could you, like, run faster? Like, is there a run fast thing? It's just, like, time consuming. I hate it. No. Like, it's so slow! Come on! Over there. You were a flower, huh? Oh, he's walking around that bush. The rating for the DLC is back up to 75%. What was it before? 60? Oh, there's a freaking rat here. No, it doesn't know I'm here. I don't know how to play this one, to be honest. I think there was another bush behind this. I don't like this at all. Yeah, well now I don't know where they are. Like, I'm gonna assume there's more. Thanks, Wildfire. Sent me a Steam message saying it's right behind me. I just want to do the thing that's mandatory. part of this area, and then that's it. I'm gonna go home. Yep. Why is it so spooky in here? Maybe we don't want that, huh? That was another one there. Keep calm and don't lose your head. Literally. You mean this is great content? I hate this. I'm not even talking. Like, how do I talk? I have to be quiet. Shh. Keep on trucking. Thank you. Death ahead. Well, that's nice. You can't see them. They have to, like... The fog is so thick! This is so evil! Why would they do that? What do you mean lasers doing the fuck isn't attacking? Like Dark Souls 2? What? That'd be suffering. I better be ready to run. Oh, that's great. That's nice. That's lovely. I played, yeah, The Quarry. And I guess I chose everyone to die. I picked the wrong ending. I don't know where the thing is. When horror game can be turned into a comedy, yeah, I kind of know what you mean. I don't like horror just because, I don't know, I don't watch horror movies, I don't play horror games, I just rather it not be my... I just don't want to experience, just watch it or whatever, you know. You want to interact. Any graces? Yeah, like Until Dawn I feel like is easier to manage. That's why I played it. Because you're still on rails. I'm still hiding in bushes. I want a grace. And then what I saw, probably a leaf. Head south. Go south. Alright. Turning around. Turning around. Turning around. Which way south? Because there's a big rock here. Do I turn south that way? No. Hey, cat bites. Hmm. I thought that was going to lead somewhere. Hmm. No, it's just that. Maybe I go up. Yeah, it's still batch. Oh, there's another one over there. I think. There's something over there. How's your anxiety level? High. Hi. That's a different thing, right? There's no way that thing was galloping through. Say hi to him. I ain't saying hi to anybody. I've been spotted. Just hanging out. I was mine! Alright. This is that little cave thing. Right, order. I have no idea how much I want to tell you guys. I want this to be done with. There's so many of them there. I'm gonna assume that their eyesight is bad. I'm so tense. My neck is starting to, like... hurt. Alright, where do I need to be? I feel like... Oh, there's a thing here. Hmm. Go check it out. You say that so casually. Looks like a nice cozy place to stay. Yes, thank you. I don't want to play Elden Ring anymore. I want to quit. Lead me to a grace. Oh, lead me to a grace. Don't tutoring me. What do you mean? This area is creepy. Oh, it's a door you have to push open. Oh, goodness me, there is a grace.
Eve. Now.
Who's talking?
No closer. No closer, I say. The man was.
Who's that? Do I go talk to him? Last time I did something that people were telling me, like the NPC was telling me not to do, they got mad at me, so... Now I'm worried. Maybe I do avoid him. I assume it's the guy at the end. You don't have the right... Oh, you can't open that. Okay. Oh, there's a painting here. Oh! You literally do what you need to do. Yeah, that's weird! Welcome you, oh invited guest. But I must warn as you venture and heed the words of our great master, Midra. Approach not the madness, lest ye succumb. Right, okay. Yeah, I realised my mic's not even facing me. One sec. Like, it technically wasn't. Yeah, that was some encouraging words. Not wrong. It's just as creepy as everything else. There's a guy over there. Are those weird head things in here? Why are these guys gold? I just want things to be back to normal. Where I can go through like normal. Fight some things. It's a torn diary page. I touched him only once. When he thrust his staff in my face, I brushed it aside. It was then that I touched him, the aging untouchable. It's a weird passage. That is what I'm doing now. What am I doing right now? I don't know, I'm going through this area. Yeah, I know, that sounded so weird. That's why I was just like, huh. Yeah, it's a swollen grape. Was I not meant to go through this area? Of the swollen grape. Exceedingly rare to find. An eyeball? Oh. A frenzied flame that has swollen from within. I thought that's what you wanted me to read the description of. It's the only other thing I picked up. What? Oh, right. I get you. Why would you rest? I wanted my HP back. We're only just gonna get this guy again. Oh, it's gonna be a magic move. They're dust particles. I don't know if things are aggressive in here. Oh, they seem like they're aggressive. What the hell are these? Oh, they shoot madness at you. They're from up there. That guy. Oh. What is this boss? Madness? What rating would I give this place in an Airbnb? I'd rather stay on the streets. Like in a park. I don't know. It's obviously been burned down. No horse ahead? Why does it keep saying that? Then go back outside to the glowy heads. Touche. You're right. You'd rather be in here. Likely lever? What? Lever? I don't see a lever. Although this area does kind of lead to this. Right? I'm confused. Is there another hidden wall or something? This is lit up. Yeah, it's a very old library. Very, very old. Oh, hi guys. Oh my god. Wait, maybe I was meant to go this way. I was just lost. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Old libraries have hidden doorways. In here, then. Oh, and a ladder. I miss happy games. Like Liza P. Playing this game makes you happy. What the frick am I gonna do with that? Okay. That has a range. How long does this last? Okay. It's a long move. Give Elden a break often. That is fair. I wonder if I should give it a break tomorrow. We do an art thing tomorrow. I don't know. Stuck with Millennia? Yeah, that's true. Oh, cool. Yeah, standing on stilts thing. Bail? Not crazy. I saw something like a short that I wanted to try. Oh, there's a grace over there, so I'm gonna run towards that. Is that a baby? Baby? Or someone else screaming. I heard baby. But I was probably wrong. You didn't check out that room? I'm gonna do that now. A lot of rats. Be honest. Oh my god. I'm actually dying to rats. Does this cleanse the... It does not cleanse the madness. I feel like I've done that before. Okay, good to know. But just in case I have the same thought again, you know? Mad Craftsman's Cookbook. I guess that was for the cookbook, right? Them rats know how to be careful around rat traps. Like in real life? Try down. Down would just be back where we were, isn't it? Yeah. No, I wouldn't ban them. I mean, I guess you could, but I wouldn't. I hope it was a humane rat trap. Yeah. I know I'm very lenient. Okay, I haven't been down there. I've never dealt with a rat. The other Elden Ring streamers told their mods to permaban any spoilers at will. Yeah, but here's what I've learnt from that, because I used to time people out for backseating me, spoilers, that kind of thing. And it depends what it is. Like, sometimes it's ignorance, and that's fine. But I do find quite often that ends up turning more people away. And I don't exactly have the luxury to turn people away willy-nilly. Ooh, no, I missed it. I made it. And that's it. Anyway. Oh wait, no, there's an item here. Jump down for item. Handy. It was close. Hey, streaks. Only 3 mini bosses left. Oh, good job. Not there yet. Oh my god, I can knock over the books. It would be funny if the books did damage. Because they should! Realistically. Oh, another swollen group. What do you mean? How do you know 3 mini bosses? Oh, you're only in, not left. I'm sorry, I read it wrong. Oh, good job. I'm glad you're loving it. Just bad comprehension skills. Just read it wrong. Haven't even fought Margaret yet. It'll be good. Don't you worry. I believe in you. Oh, this is the door. That links back. Oh! There's a ladder there. How do I get up there? Okay. I think I have to go up there to figure out where that ladder is. But this is back here. It is. It's in the cutscene, the loading screen. I have to figure out how to get up there to bring down the ladder. Take a closer look. What do you mean? Do you think there's something in it? Oh my goodness, there's something in it. Wait, you can get closer to it? I need to take a good look. What? It's see-through? Am I meant to be... Do you mean the painting? Or like looking at it? Or... You're so funny. I don't understand! Am I meant to whack it? Oh. God damn it. You're lucky I whacked it before you said something. Is that how I bring that ladder down? Shh, no spoilers. La 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 la. Asylum, thank you so much for the raid. Again, welcome back. Yay. Have you been doing well? Ooh, I've gone the wrong way. I've gone the wrong way. I was like, yeah, the place with the painting. The painting's not there anymore. I just realized it was a joke, by the way. I had to really think through the pun. Okay, this was not how I bring down the ladder. Oh. Okay. Can I jump there from here? Have you heard about Pete's new carnivore diet? It's all meat and everything. It looks so delicious when you cook it. What are you talking about? What? Oh, Miracle, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, by the way. Yeah, we'll jump down, don't worry. Thank you, thank you. How was your streams? I don't know why I'm not running. Like running and jumping. Oh. Stuff over there. F. I assume that's what you meant to do. I just missed. Oh, he's been doing grilling streams. That sounds like fun. Hell yeah. Woo! Didn't expect that. Oh, there's another one to the left. Yeah, we got another one here? Aha! There's a ladder. I have to get that item again. Thoughts about going back to Moonvale? Nah, it was really bad using it. Oh, that's fine, Streaks. Oh my god. I mean, sue yourself, honestly. Oh. But this is definitely my main platform. I'm pretty new to the TikTok. Still no idea what I'm doing yet and how I'm doing it. I don't think it's possible. It has to be though, right? Yeah, I think I saw the boss door. I hope I like it. Maybe, like... I think I'm gonna give up. There's been so many points where this game's like, you must jump on the railing! Leap up. Leap from the ladder side. The ladder side? That doesn't Huh? Like this side? I don't know what you mean by the ladder side. Am I just bad at it? Am I not running and jumping enough? I am running and jumping. Oh. I'm not, yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm not running. Okay, here's what we're doing. We're using the claw method. This is what we're missing. Hand over the controller. Aha, the claw method. That's what we had to do. No, I've complained about this. So, like, running and then jumping is hard on a controller because you have to take your finger off. Well, I do anyway. Yeah! Finally got that one up. So we got that ladder. There was that item that I missed out on. Yeah, it's not, how do I say this? My thumb sits between them. You know? I can't really hit them both at the same time very well. It was better from the other one, wasn't it? Does anyone... Which one was it? Oh, they're all so close together. Was it the library or was it... Oh, it would have been the main... The first area you go in. Only that far apart. Oh, it's like... See where they are? Wait, what am I touching? Here. Like, I feel like that's just a lot of distance. No, I haven't versed the boss yet. Not yet. Where was that item? It was this way, right? I think it was this way. Oh, good night, Ashy. Well, now we know how... Was this? This is where I dropped it. Naya's touch. Potentially. Doable. Oh, not that way. I want to still level up actually, but I don't think I have enough. It's too many to level up now. And these things aren't worth a lot. Oh no, they're worth like 3,000. How much do I need? Oh boy! Alright. It's really gone up. I don't know how worth it is for one level up that doesn't even do anything in the DLC. It's over 3 mil? What level are you? I'll just reset all that maybe. The description, right. A torch? Oh, made by attaching a dying flame of frenzy to a small spinal column. Oh, it's a weapon. I see. Interesting. I thought it was like a finger. No. I will pop a rune. Don't worry. Just trying to get closer to the number. Hello, zero tolerance. Let's continue on. So I need 30,600. 30,000. It's close enough. Gonna need a couple more than that. I have to get real close to the number, you know? Okay, so... endurance, maybe? Boss time! Bigger to 60. I'm fine with vigor as it is at the moment. I think I knocked it down too because I felt like it didn't have to be at 60. I don't need the stealth thing anymore. Okay.
The depths of your foolishness.
What? Oh. I got grabbed initially, immediately. I'm assuming this is the one that spoke. This must, like, turn into something else. Cutscene time. Hello, Crossed. No, that's it. Boss done, GG. Oh no.
Enough.
Oh, I was so tense from that forest.
More than enough.
Oh, thank you, Zerk.
I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Yeah, the one with the weapon. It was too gruesome that they cut it to a black screen. Do you reckon that there's a non-censored version? Oh my god, he took his head off. What the hell? Is this a boss fight that I'm gonna use a summon for? There's no NPC summons for this one, right? Like the story-based ones? Ow. Oh, something's happening. And I'm not gonna like it, apparently. Does that cover the whole room? Oh, okay, you have to run there. Oh my god. Okay. The music was really good though. Wouldn't the mimic also struggle to hold aggro? He just assumes.
Depths of your foolishness.
Do I have to fight this again? Oh my god. Why do you look 7 feet tall? In the game? I'm assuming in the game. No! I'm struggling with his first phase. I mean, I will try to do this without summons for sure. And then if it doesn't work out, I've used like all my health already. I must say though, the whole like forest thing has fatigued me tonight. So we'll have a few goes, but I don't see this happening today. No, camera again? Yep.
Depths of your foolishness.
Right, using his thing. You should screenshot it. That's fine. Screenshot every time my camera freezes. Oh. Oh dear. Hit him in the face. Sentient fires hate that. Sentient suns, you mean? Ow. That didn't work. I am not staggering him though. That's unfortunate. Alright, this thing. Oh, I still got hit. Okay. The laser beams. Oh, fuck. Oh, you can't. Oh. I was out of health things. Ah, you have to go buy your mom a B-Day present. Well, I hope you have a lovely day, and I hope you find what you're looking forward to for your mom. Thanks for watching. I appreciated it. See you next time. Oh, I am tired, yeah. That boss has really stressed me out. Wait, is that fire damage? It's not fire damage. Is it? Hang on, I'll look at my things. Thank you, Jack. What else would it be? I don't know. I put that one on. You have the flea. So for Sekiro, I was sick for the final boss, and it took me 10 hours. I don't think being sick helped. That wasn't the time to use it. That was also not the time to use it. Also, ooh, hello. Consecutive arrows get you there. Maybe you eat the damage. Interesting. I'm not gonna pressure myself to do this tonight. And you first tried him? Yeah, I freaking love when that happens. When you're stuck on a boss and then you come back a day later. Nothing's changed, just time. And then you get them in the first go. No, I'm fine with this sword, thank you.
Depths of your foolish.
Yeah, it's like when you sleep, you learned. Not even the great sword, no. I'm genuinely fine with this sword. Oh shoot. Oh, he's got a little thing there. Okay. I don't think he can dodge through that. Does he only do it once or does he do it multiple times? That's what I wonder. Run to the end of the room. Okay. We can try that. You like how the sun doesn't say anything. He lost his face. That's true!
Depths of your
I have a talisman that increases damage of my skills. 2 of them, actually. Ooh. Wait, what? It hit me? With madness already? I skipped the first one. That sucks. Okay, interesting. Adept of your foolishness. It increases damage when there is blood loss, which you don't really do. Oh, okay. This sword has blood loss builder,
depths of your
but I don't really know what that means. I don't expect myself to beat this before bed, but you know, one could hope. I'm trying to not put pressure on myself because I am tired. Maybe I was already hit by it here, and that's why I got the madness. It's very little. Oh, okay. I feel like I like the ones I have, the damage ones I have. Especially this boss fight, it seems like the skill does a decent amount. And he has a lot of windows to use it. Why? What should I be doing instead? Yeah, I've healed up a lot there. I know I have other attack buttons. And run to the back of the room. Ah, okay. I can run far enough. Ooh. Ooh, oh! It's like kind of like a grab. Elden Ring DLC bosses read your attack patterns. I don't believe you.
depths of your foolish.
I think I gotta jump and heavy attack there. I haven't tried that yet. Thank you, Cirque. Thank you, thank you. No, I don't believe you. Because they still have a set moveset. Plugging your controller into a different USB port. Ooh, prevent them from reading your attacks. That's funny. No, I don't need help. Thank you.
Depths of your foolish.
This bit. Oh, alright. I feel like I've only done this once without taking damage. He does this. Ah. That's stupid. I died to that. Alright, that wasn't the play either. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to redo that again and again.
The depths of your foolishness.
Oh my god. Attack him. Yeah, but Oris, I am struggling on it. I'm pressing R1 5 times. Somehow. Oh, far out, okay. Maybe we just try practicing dodging for a while. When is it a good time to open a beer and why is it now? Because you decided it so. I have 12 Shadow Tree fragments, I think. I'm not gonna use the shield. Oh, come on. It's not a... The sword doesn't have 5 swings. Like, it attacked you. Okay. Ah. I'm rolling too much. The Placid Shield Talisman? I don't know. Placid? Is that what it's called? Is that the bubble? Oh, the talisman. Hey, Ozzy Manning. Guys, I'm fine to just like learn the boss for now. Like, we don't need to change any strats.
Of your foolishness.
If I was trying to go for like lowest death. Yeah, it's interesting that you asked me my age. Why is that, huh? You just beat this boss half an hour ago. Oh, interesting. Oops, sorry, I don't know why I rechat. I don't remember where I got anything. I'm gonna be honest with you. Only like some things in the DLC. Anything from the main game, forget about it. I barely remember the bosses' names, you know.
depths of your foolishness.
Let's wait for it. Dude, I hate this face. This isn't even meant to be the hard bit. Have I beaten the Dragon Lord from Farah Mazula? I'm not sure. Ah, what kind of build are you doing, Aussie Manny?
Enough.
That first phase really kicks. It does! Wow, that missed. Interesting. Trying to just dodge through it. Oh, okay. Oh, Placid, yeah. Is that dragon that was in... You had to, like, lay down? No. What dragon was that? Yep, I have to work on that one. The many-headed dragon. I remember having to lay down on something. Alright, run out. Okay. You cannot be on the side somewhere because that doesn't work. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, what more fire now? Oh. Fire of madness. I wish I didn't use that move. Oh dear. Cool. Strength and dex. Ah, I see. Oh, I was using the Rani Greatsword. I gave up. I gave up on it. I was getting tired of running into bosses that was immune to my challenge. I don't know why we're talking about the dragon.
The depths of your foolishness.
You should make a thing of me dying to this guy. Oh god. It's my first face. Nothing's immune to your wise wording gift. Wow, I must not be loyal. I have to dodge again. Oh. That stab? I don't know why it keeps getting me. You know how to dodge the AoE. Are you talking about the big one where he goes in the air? It sounds like I got the thing, but then it didn't. I'm just hearing things. Nope. Yeah, that one run. The thing is, if I'm in a corner, you're kind of stuffed. Yeah, I used it for a bit. The eventual opinion I ended up having was that the devs
Depths of
probably
your foolishness.
wanted you to use the new weapons they put in there. Or explore options, you know? There we go. Mate said it's hard and you'll probably rage. Well, it depends what kind of person you are, Broughton. Give it a go. It is hard, yeah. Ah. Oop. Nah, it's not the time, okay. I don't know if I'd call it hard, but challenging. Yeah, exactly, not just versus dragons. I did the dragons last stream. That was cool.
Depths of your foolish.
Alright, I'm working them out, guys. Oh, I didn't press anything there. Yeah. Okay. That was a terrible run. Okay, whatever. I don't know how I get to like halfway a couple of times and then nothing. I feel like I need to sleep. My back is so sore. Oh yeah, I'm glad they did that with close respawns. Because in earlier FromSoft games, they were not that kind.
Depths of your foolishness.
I am liking the sun fight, yeah. Rolling too early. Yeah, you know what was the worst one? I only played the remake of Demon Souls, but Demon Souls was horrible when it came to the runbacks. Soar and die. That's what it is. Oh, oh why did I roll again? Not gonna help already. Drink more water. I look so cozy. I am really cozy, actually. I don't feel like I want to move.
of your foolishness!
Yeah, those are the delayed moves I keep getting caught with. I'll work on that. The depths of your foolishness.
Depths of your foolishness!
And then that stab. If this was DS2, you'd have to run through the entire forest. Yeah, remember that train line thing? Okay. I thought it landed where he was, not like he followed me. Oh dear. I missed the initial attack. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I am playing this on the PC. Yeah, remember that? It wasn't the train, the horses in that like circle thing. That was frustrating. You're gonna play some Elden Ring to give this guy a good shot. Thank you. Good luck to you too. I'm glad you like my jacket, my mom made it.
Depths of your foolishness!
I do have a console. I sometimes do play things on console. But Elden Ring I only have on PC. Yeah, my mum made it. I actually like the Horizon series. Like Horizon Zero Dawn. Why did I go for that move? I'm trying to get the stab, you know? Oh. Okay, let's go to 3 hit. Not tonight, not tonight. Not happening tonight. I want to try something.
of your foolishness!
Okay. I feel bad kind of making him run like that. I wanted to brute force it at the start, try to get the stab, but I forgot to do it. I have to remember to try to do it at the start. Yeah, he's fair.
Depths of your
God damn it. Unless others Melania go. True. Oh dear. I got hit with the madness instantly. Okay. Maybe I just got lucky that one time. Yeah, I reckon I just got lucky. No. A couple more goes and then I'm gonna have to give it a go next stream. Oh, yeah, no. So it sounds fine on my end, but there's something wrong with my, I don't know if it's my OBS. Is it? Just let me know when it's over. There's something wrong with the stream. I don't know what's going on. And I also have no idea how to fix it, because I can't hear it. It's over on your end? Okay. I don't know what causes it.
depths of your foolishness!
My camera freezes, my audio breaks up. Wait, what the hell's going on, guys? I don't know if it's because I'm playing Elden Ring, like I don't know if it's a game specific thing. Who knows? I could try updating my OBS. I reckon I'm probably behind. Ah. Oh, one already. Doesn't do that much, in fairness. Okay, this is when you run. Okay, I still got it. That's nice. I should have run, not rolled. But it is what it is. Oh. I thought I dodged. Yeah, it's brutal. Oh goodness. Can't do anything. Can I heal here? No. Okay, cool. There it is. Oh, it has an AoE as well. Alright. More madness. It's a chomper. Ah! Hold on. I'm back, yeah. A few more goes and then I'm calling it for the night. Did you find that painting? I actually have, yeah.
Of your foolish.
Oh, that has a thing. Wondering when it was gonna happen. Where am I meant to run through? You just iframe it? I haven't been able to iframe it yet. Can you jump it?
Depths of your foolishness.
I use a fire affinity great shield, thank you. Not using summons. Not at the moment. I might. If I find it's too frustrating. Hasn't felt that yet, so I haven't switched. Oh, right, I have to remember that one. I keep saying that. Ah, the madness is within me. See, I think I rolled too early. The game was easier with a big shield. It's so boring though. Okay.